Everything is going to be okay. 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 Everything, everything, everything is going to be okay. Like everything, everything is going to be okay. It's going to be okay. Everything, everything is going to be okay. Everything, everything is going to be okay. Everything, everything, everything is going to be okay. 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 Everything is going to be okay. Everything is going to be okay. Everything, everything is going to be okay. Everything is going to be okay. Everything is going to be okay. Everything, everything, everything is going to be okay. Everything, everything is going going to be okay. Everything, 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 everything is going to be okay. 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 Because we want it to be okay. Because we want it to be okay. Because we want to be everything, we want it to be okay. Everything we want to be okay. Significance, however, are in direct proportion to hold it has on our interests. The scheme of transmitting intelligence was never complete so long as ships at sea and remotely situated stations could not be communicated with. Where was I? And remotely situated stations could not be communicated with wireless supplied this missing link and made intercommunication as universal as the world is wide. In the short 15 years since its introduction by Marconi, wireless apparatus has been part of the equipment of every modern seagoing and naval vessel, has been placed in hundreds of government establishments and dozens of relatively inaccessible stations, has become an important factor in military and naval operations, and most important of all, has robbed the sea of its terrors and saved thousands of lives through its operations. The cyanide process has been one of the main agencies whereby the production of the world's gold has trebled between 1980 and 1908, patented in 1888 by M.C. Arthur and Forrest. It was first introduced on a large scale at Johannesburg in 1890 and is now universally established. The process has revolutionized the art of metal. Okay, I don't know if I'm audible. I think I need to use this and have this metal man, these words. Okay, I have difficulty in pronouncing some words, but you will bear with me. English is not English is also my language, but some words are very hard for me to pronounce, and I'm learning to pronounce these words. I have to learn by pronouncing them. So I have difficulty in English, so that's why I have to come here and try to read these English things, because the world operates on English. Metal galley of the previous metals, but its indirect economic and social influence has been comparatively greater than its direct result in creating wealth, wide and deep as has been its application in other directions than gold extraction. Gold is the lifeblood of trade, and whether or not one believes its increased production is the cause of high cost of living, there can be no question of the profound effect the quantity of gold in circulation has upon commerce and economic structure, and consequently of the vast significance of the invasion of which such increased production is largely due. 90% of electric current generated is alternating because larger generating units can be utilized and the current more easily transmitted. The induction motor constructed by Tesla in 1888 and independently suggested in principle by Ferrari was the first satisfactory medium to transform this current into power. This epoch-making invention is mainly responsible for the present large and increasing use of electricity in the industries. It is working a revolution for economy and comfort in the mill, factory, and workshop. In making the motor an individual power unit, it has made power arrangement elastic, drawing upon energy only when needed and applying it directly only where wanted, and has abolished line shafting and belting. It conserves 30 to 60% of energy formerly wasted in useless whirling line shafting. It saves overhead space and increases productivity by making the shop lighter, safer, cleaner, and less noisy. And so well recognized are these advantages that establishments in every big industry are installing these motors as a measure of economic defense. The art preservative of all arts in the Department of Composition remained the same in all its fundamental particulars for 4 centuries after Gutenberg first set movable blocks to form a printing surface. The most intricate devices ever evolved and the most ingenious efforts were expended failed to successfully supersede hand composition upon Thaller's linotype machine established its feasibility about 1890 and entirely overcome public skepticism. And in Italia, a few years later, it is enough to say that an operator can set from 5 to 10 times faster than the average hand compositor. That the type composed always presents a brand new face. That's the cost of foundry, type, and auxiliary paraphernalia and dispensed with, and that distribution of type matter is abolished to recognize the breadth and thoroughly revolutionary character of this invention and to appreciate why every newspaper and large printing plant in the world has installed machine composition. Electric welding in the form in which the art first received commercial recognition is the invention of Elihu Thompson, the art of smithy, whose annals fade back into prehistoric times, underwent its first radical change in its entire history with the introduction of this invention about a quarter of a century ago. It has not only transformed one of the oldest of arts, but it's performing what has never been thought possible in this art. This device not only joins previously considered unweldable metals like brass, bronze, cast iron, it is but different and weldably antagonistic metals can be united in a solid union, shapes so intricate as to be beyond the capacity of welding by any previous device or process, or which could only be joined by riveting, are readily united by the electric welder. The applicability of the process to the practically all metals, the dispensing with heavy pressures, the security and swiftness of results, and the economy and cleanliness of its working made it a startlingly successful proposition from the very first, and now its application is as broad as the metalworking industry itself. Of all the general achievements of this period, these 10 have been chosen because they are pioneers of the highest order and have been revolutionary in the most potent field of service to mankind. We have quoted the Scientific American article rather freely, not only because of the admirable sections made by, I don't know, okay, Aminat. We need to get this out of the way. We need to get something out of the way. So you give me a minute. You give me a minute. You give me a minute. I think I need to first show you how to, like, do you think there's anybody watching me? Do I think there's anybody who is watching me? I don't think, I believe. Maybe there's somebody out there watching me. Okay, I have to get back to reading because reading is so hard for me. So that's why I have to be reading because it's very hard. My tongue, reading these words, these English words, very hard. But then I'm trying to look for information. It's all I can. It's all I can do. It's all I can do. It's all I can give. It's all I can do. It's all I can do. It's all I can do. Is all I can do. Is all I can do. Is all I can do. I have to finish up something, then I get to back. I don't know if I love to talk to people. Is all I can do. 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 So you forgive my microphone. The microphone that I'm using is of the headsets. This is Africa, man. I come from Africa. What do you expect me to have? To have those microphones like those people from the US that have all that. Me, I use earphones because it's what I can get. If I ever be in a position where I can get a microphone like those people from the USA, because they make all these things, so they get them fast, I will be glad. But right now, as an African, you have to use what you have. So the African will try to use what he has. It's all I can do. So I feel very bad for myself because I'm hungry. What? Come on, that is not right. It's all I can do. So I need to be talking to people, but I need to come here and I connect to people out there and connect with somebody out there. I come here, maybe I need to learn something from somebody out there. Maybe I need to get support from somebody out there. I just don't know, man. This is all that is available for me. This is all that is available for me. And to get here, it's even war to get here. It's like war. It's all I can do. 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 So what's happening? Is my internet connection on? Okay, I think I need to reduce on these tabs. I'll come back for you. All I can do. What are you doing? All I can do. And so, okay, so where was I? Where was I? We have quoted the Scientific American article rather freely, not only because of the admirable selections made by Mr. Wayman, but also because of his lucid and graphic exposition of the economic merits of the 10 inventions enumerated. The inventions cover a diverse field in their application to industrial as well as general pursuits. And because before proceeding any further, any attempt will be made to classify them in reference to the 15 expression forms or efficiency methods. First, by means of electric furnace, diamonds and other gems substances can be made. This comes under the head of efficiency method. Number 7, material augmenting, as it increases the value of products. Second, substances such as carborundum and carbide open up new projects for exploitation and save material. Number 3, by substituting something better and cheaper, and by augmenting land. Number 8, by means of nitrogenous fertilizers, and saves labor through the manufacture of steel more economically, and again augments material by the manufacture of heavy service steel at a slight increase in cost. The gas turbine saves material. Number 3, by eliminating expensive foundations and augments material. Number 7, by reducing the space occupied and eradicates deleterious influences in material. Number 11, by abolishing poundings and vibrations. In doing away with these distracting noises, it would naturally also remove deleterious influences in labor. The gasoline automobile creates a new enterprise. Number 1, saves labor. Number 2, saves time. Number 5, and otherwise facilitates intercommunication between promoting good roads. The moving picture creates a new field of industry. Number 1, and may enhance any of the efficiency methods by educational films. For example, it may promote efficiency in the laborer. Number 6, and eradicate deleterious influences in the laborer. Number 9, through the exhibition of educational and entertaining films. Nearly all recognized efficiency methods, including the elimination of useless motions, are now being studied by means of the moving picture. The aeroplane opens up a new economic world. Number 1, saves material. Number 3, it needs no trucks, saves time. Number 5, and may meliorate economic environments if through its perfection war is made practically impossible. The wireless telephone creates a new field. Number 1, intercommunication between moving trains, trains, vessels, etc. Its greatest triumph lies in its power to save life on the great ocean grey hands. Oh, okay, a minute. I don't know where is this phone. Where is this ITEL phone of mine? Oh, I have somebody following me here. Thank you for following me. You follow me, it means a lot to me, man. It's very hard for me to get followers, especially when you are not a celebrity, when you are just like me, a nobody like me. It's very hard for me to get subscribers. It's very hard for me to get followers. Sometimes it makes me doubt myself, makes me doubt the content that I create. But it's very hard. I cannot come here and I tell you it's very hard for me to get followers, subscribers. Very hard. Indeed, very hard. But I have to just keep on pushing till, I don't know. It's very, very hard for me, by the way. Very hard. Okay. Sometimes my clothes, I look at my clothes and they are so old. I need to get new clothes. Yeah. There's somebody who followed me, man. I become happy whenever I see somebody following me, somebody subscribing to me. It means a lot to me, man. It's like there's somebody out there, man, following you. Even if like I look at my reality and whatever that is happening in my life, but then I get on this internet world. So like it's like I live in two worlds, the internet world and this world here where I am. You can know the reality of my life. Okay, but that should not distract me, right? It's very hard for me to get subscribers. It's very hard for me to get followers, but that should not distract me, right? That should not discourage me. I should keep pushing, right? So I'm pushing. The wireless telegraph creates a new field. Number one, intercommunication between moving trains, vessels. It is, I think I read this. It generates triumph lines in its power to save life. On the great ocean greyhounds, it saves labor. Number two, saves material. Number three, saves time. Number five, eradicates deleterious influences in the, I think I read this, by robbing the sea of its terrors and in the Titanic and volcano disasters. This book that I'm reading is called The Creation of Wealth, because I want to learn about wealth, and we are living in an era where, like, at least you don't need to, you can go to the university, yes, but if you need you're looking for information, you can get information from the internet without ever going to the university. You can go to the university, yes, there. But for the essence of information, you can get information now. So I'm trying to get this information to read. I just begin by reading, and I see if it can happen in my real life, because I'm trying to feed my mind with something, right? I don't know. Me on the chat is like talking. I don't know. I'll see. Okay. I don't know, but I love to. I don't know if I'm audible. I'm using earsets. You can forgive me. Most of the streamers have all this. The equipments, they have all of that. I love to have it, but I come from Africa. And in Africa, man, it's very hard to get those things because they have to be imported, come here, taxed, and all that. But the earsets, they don't give me, but very accessible. The scientific process, arguments, materials. Number 7, by increasing the output of the precious metals and meritorious or contrariwise economic environments, by increasing the lifeblood of trade, money in the shape of gold. The induction motor, by concentrating power, saves labor. Number 2, saves material. Number 3, saves time. Number 5, augments material. Number 7, by economizing space and removes deleterious influences in the laborer. Number 9, by making the shop lighter, safer, cleaner, and less noisy. The linotype machine saves labor. Number 2, saves material. Number 3, by eliminating foundry type idiocy and indirectly created a new industry. Number 1, by the impetus it gave to the publishing business. Electric welding creates new industries. Number 1, by performing what it has never before been possible, welds unweldable materials, and also permits welding in previously impossible ways and conditions. Saves labor. Number 2, saves material. Number 3, by substituting something better and augments material. Number 7, by bringing into use in new ways heteroform. antagonistic metals. Reference has been made to the steam engine, and it may be disposed of now in connection with its general application to industrializing and commerce. No one will question that it has opened up new fields, number one, and what fields, farms, plantations, prairies, forests, mines, factories, and scenic beauties. Neither will it be questioned that it saves labor, number two, saves material, number three, saves time, number five, and in a way ameliorates economic environments, number 15, by facilitating the exchange of products and commerce generally. Naturally, next comes the telegraph, the steam engines, great business partner. This also opens up new economic fields. Number one, saves labor, number two, saves material, number three, saves time, number five, and indirectly ameliorates economic environments through the rapid dissemination of news and in supplementing the postal service. For all the practical purposes, the telephone may be classed with the telegraph. All agricultural machines and devices such as planting and harvesting machines, threshers, cotton gins, it may be grouped together. They create new economic fields of labor. Number one, save labor. Number two, save time. Number five, augment land in some instances. Number eight, by permitting more efficient culture, and a number of them, such as weeders, sprayers, and similar devices, eradicate deleterious influences in land and labor products. Number 10, all of these inversions are effective in stimulating agriculture. A machine has recently been perfected, says the Outlook, which may do more of human liberation than the laws of many states or the benefactions of many philanthropists. Oh my God, English is very hard. This is the mechanical cotton picker. The possibilities which lie latent in this bit of machinery are more credible when it is remembered a social revolution was produced by another cotton machine, Illy Whitney's cotton gin. It is said of earlier invasion that it created the slave power of latter invasion. It will wipe away the worst vestiges of slavery. It is the invasion of a Scotsman, August Campbell, who has worked 20 years upon the idea. The machine, okay, I need to see, wait a minute. Do I have anybody talking with me? I need to check if I have anybody. If there's not anybody, then I have to continue with this. Where was I? Where was that? The machine has constructed will discriminate between ripe and unripe cotton, between leaves and cotton bolls, and will injure neither the cotton nor the plant. By the means of it, one man can do the work of 15 pickers. What this machine can achieve of economy alone is astonishing. It is estimated that it will save in the cost of picking cotton nearly $180 million. This is, however, only a small part of the benefit it is capable of bestowing upon the country. The great part of the benefit will consist of making conditions of labor in the cotton region more human and normal. At present, King Cotton is a triland and exercises his training at cotton picking time. The cotton that one man can cultivate requires 10 persons to pick, and the longer the ripe cotton is unpicked, the more danger it runs from the wind and rain. So there is a sudden frenzied and then subsiding demand for labor. Children are pressed into service under the hot sun, and sometimes beaten into service under the hot sun, and sometimes beaten for rebelling against the hard task, and the Negroes are charged with bureaucracy so that the chain gangs will be replenished for the use of the cotton planters. The evolution of methods of lighting presents a marvelous record. The primitive touches were after a long time superseded by oil burnt in open vessels. This was followed some time later by the tallow candle, which in turn was supplanted by the kerosene lamp. Later came the illuminating gas, and this in turn is gradually being crowded to the wall by systems of electric lighting. Each of these new methods created new economic fields. Number 1, saved material. Number 3, and provided a better article. Number 14, the wells batch and similar burners for gas, and the tungsten and kindred devices for electric lights come under the efficiency head of number 7, material augmenting, increase the power of light. Incidentally, this increasing of power of light removes deleterious influences in the laborer by making his work less difficult. While the inventor under a strict classification is not a pure exponent of idealistic wealth, he nevertheless holds a prominent position in the production of dynamic wealth. In some instances, he may not only invents an article but a machine for its manufacture. The ordinary pin presents an example of this kind. If we classify wire as raw material, the pins are practically made independently of manual laborer, being turned out and inserted in paper packages ready for sale by machinery. There's a device for manufacturing screws which exhibits almost human intelligence. The machine seizes a rod of metal, pulls it rapidly along, gives the end of its shape of screw head, cuts the thread around it, and then delivers the perfect screw. When the machine has used up the load of material, it rings a bell for the attendant to bring more. The diesel engine invented by Dr. Rodolph Diesel is an engine which is driven by oil by means of internal combustion and is destined to supersede all forms of coil engines. Instead of using coil direct, the black diamond will be converted into gas and tar oil, the former for heating and lighting, and the latter for driving engines. The tar oil will produce from 3 to 5 times as much power in the diesel engine as the coil from which the tar is generated if fed into a furnace. The inventor claims that though all coal be exhausted, the earth nut, which can be cultivated to an illimitable extent in the tropics, will furnish an inexhaustible supply of oil. This machine represents the creative principle. Number 1, saving labor. Number 2, material saving. Number 3, time saving. Number 5, and material augmenting. Number 8, increases the power capacity of coal and other combustibles. The electrification of nitrogen is a term applied to the process recently discovered whereby the nitrogen of the air may be utilized for the fertilization of plants. This is done by an electric current through air, resulting in the formation of oxide of nitrogen or nitric acid from which fertilizers are made. This comes under efficiency method number 8. We need to see if there's anybody talking to me. If there's anybody, like always, I need to move on. Okay. This comes under efficiency method number 8, land augmenting. High-speed steel is made by tampering tungsten. Oh, look what I've just did. Come on, stop being unserious. Stop being unserious, man. A minute. Yeah. Okay. So here am I trying to equip my mind with some information because I felt like I was so out of information. And information, you can get information without going to school anymore. Tungsten steel, from which these tools are made that will cut at red heat. This has increased the cutting capacity of tools more than 100%. The economic futures of this invention may be classed under labor-saving devices number 2, material augmenting devices number 8, and the manufacturer of better article number 14. The preservation of sugar-producing plants is a process by which beets and sugar can be preserved for a long time, thereby eliminating a great loss previously sustained in cases where the plants are not promptly refined. The beets, etc., are reduced to a dry powder and then shipped to a refinery in this form. This process eradicates deleterious influences. It is the use of machinery that is the making of the culture of rice in this country, the wonder of the world. A comparison of the number of days work required to produce an acre of rice in the regions where it has been cultivated for untold centuries, and in the United States where the industry has only recently been entered upon, is both interesting and instructive. In Bengal, it requires the labor of one man 8 days. Okay, a minute. Have you ever heard of Lingala? Lingala, like that's the music in Congo. I don't come from Congo, I come from Uganda, but of course Congo music, there's a time where Congo music was like the music in Uganda. So that Lingala, I know how to vibrate with Lingala. That's Lingala. I don't know if you ever know somebody from Congo. You can ask them about Lingala. Aminat. Oh, this this person, no, but wait, I have to first finish with this, then I go, I'm sorry. A minute. Okay, and the use of a yoke of oxen 20 days to produce an acre of rice. In Japan, without the aid of any animal, 120 days in the Philippines Islands, practically the same as India, but in the rice-growing regions of Louisiana and Texas, with the aid of machinery, the maximum of expended time of human effort on an acre of one rice is 2 days, and the use of a team for a day and a half. The new agriculture, I think that's agriculture, right? The writer affirms that the corresponding amounts of production are in India 1,000 pounds, in the Philippines 900 pounds, in Japan 3,000 pounds, in Louisiana and Texas 664,800 pounds. He adds, what American machinery is doing in the production of rice is not unique but typical. The discovery of antitoxins, antiseptics, and other preservatives and cures by scientists led by the great Pasteur has been of incalculable benefit to the industrial life. A most striking example is the solving of the yellow fever problem, which has resulted in the saving of millions of dollars in southern Kamasi. How the mosquito origin of this disease was discovered and how this knowledge was put to practical use is well known. The expression forms of all of these marvels of scientific research are number 9, eradication of deleterious influences in laborers, and number 15, amelioration of economic environments by removing the incubus of epidemic scares. Thus, far we have cited examples of methods of increasing productivity under the 15 heads, with the exception of number 15, advertising or the promotion of business. It will not be difficult for the reader to recall instances striking and spectacular wherein the ingenuity of man has aided and abetted the butcher, and the baker, and an endless number and variety of makers in advertising these wares. The streets in all of our large cities are aflame with revolving, blinking, and rattling electric signs, staggering, and stupendously sufficient and efficient. I don't know if that's the way that I read these words correctly, but I must read these words correctly. Amina. And speaking of advertising, what better vehicle presents itself to the man who has something to sell than the average daily paper or popular magazine? It is not a case of running or walking and reading as in the electric signs, but of riding and reading while seated quietly in the surface, elevated or subway trains at your own home. And the merchant who most stewardlessly, persistently, and attractively places his wares before the public is the one who garners the reward of his expenditures and labors. It is needless to state that the printed word affects, directly or indirectly, all of the 15 ways of increasing economic productivity. If the inventors and the discoverers named deserve the eloquence awarded, what sort of praise can be given the inventor of the art of painting without emphasizing the manifold avenues for labor opened by art? Let us view the benefits derived therefrom from the intellectual and moral angles. If as the old debating societies where want to decide that the pen is mightier than the sword, what can be said of the printed word? It reaches millions and has the power to please or oppress, to elevate or to bow down, to inspire or enthrall, and it incites war and is potent for peace. It inspires hate and eloquent in abetting love, and through the cooperation of the telephone, wireless, and cable, lays the news of the world at our feet. The inventor of printing, of course, is not responsible for all of this. His device has made it possible for brain workers of all times to reach the masses with great facility. All creeds, beliefs, and propagandas find means of vent through this art preservative. This art presents an excellent illustration of how the invention or discovery of some new processes or device assists and makes possible the development of other arts. What chance would the publisher of one of the great metropolitan diaries have of issuing the enormous blankets if it were not for the existence of the scores of other wonderful products of the brain of man? Some of these are the steam or electric engine to provide power for the plant and to transport finished and unfinished products, the telegraph, the telephone, the cable, etc. to carry the news, the linotype to set up the news, not forgetting the advertisements, photographer, the process of electroplating to render rapid printing practicable, and the marvelous rotary press, which reels of about 100,000 16-page papers per hour. These presses require from 100 to 200 horsepower engines and consume about 75 miles roll width of paper per hour, or 300 miles the width of the newspapers, which is delivered by the machine, folded to a half-page size, pasted and counted. The mechanical ingenuity of the American, there being on file in the patent office at Washington, over 1 million patents, is responsible for one of the paradoxes of industrial life. By the adoption and introduction into their plants of cost-saving machinery, to the manufacturers are able to pay the highest wages to their employees, and at the same time to undersell their foreign competitors. No manufacturers in the world are so ready to accept new labor-saving inventions as are those of the United States, and none so readily send costly machinery to the scrap heap. In case of a better machinery is discovered for the economic production of a manufactured article, the inventor is gradually emancipating man from the drudgery and grind of irksome labor. Labor-saving machinery is replacing man in many occupations and pursuits whose labor is of a mechanical and muscle and mind-racking nature. But someone will object, what is to become of the laborer thus supplanted? The answer is that still newer inventions open wider fields for labor, and it becomes the duty of the individual to adjust himself to the new conditions. Later it will be shown how mental supersedes manual labor. How it supersedes manual labor. Okay. So Aminat. I think we need to Amina, Tamina, 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 Tamina. Yeah. Isan. Damina, 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 damina. Today I didn't have any energy in me for real. I didn't have any energy, but I had to just come here. No. My PC is so slow. It's very slow. Extremely slow. Why is my PC extremely slow? Amina, Damina, 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 Damina. Amina. My heart is like it's beating so fast, I'm scared. There's a condition that is in my life that is making me scared. There's a condition in my life that is making me feel scared. I should not be scared. Right? I should never be scared, right? I should never be scared. Okay, so give me a minute. You have to bear with me. I have to set up something here. I need to hold this guy here. I feel like it's cold today. A minute. Give me a minute. I don't know. Is there anybody who loves to talk to me? I'm not seeing anybody who's coming to talk to me. So what can I do? Amina. So what are we going to do? We are going to do like this. Give me a minute, I set up something, then we resume. Do you have anybody? Oh my God, if you know what I mean. My life is funny, man. I just see you working. In November. I thought we were in December. November 1. November, you should go. I feel like I'm done. November, you're not ending, man. I feel like I'm done. with you. So this place is going to be closed up to Aminat. Today there's a place where I normally go, but today I didn't go there. I just passed. If I had come here, I was so late. And so let me set up something here and I resume. I don't know if the message that I normally want to give out, I didn't give it out because I let my emotions take over me. How could you ever let your emotions take over you? Yet there's a message that you should be sending to the people out there. Oh my god, my life, man, so imperfect, man. What can I do? Uh, 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 uh. Yeah. So don't get worried. I'm here, but I'm finishing up something. Because I have to do this all myself. I don't know. Every day I tell myself, I think this is the last time. I don't know. Everything about me is also confusing me. Confusing me. Oh. Okay. India did first month. Okay, I think we are continuing. Where were we? The answer is still new inventions open wider fields for labor, and it becomes the duty of the individual to just, okay, I read that. Until the beginning of the 19th century, labor-saving machines were looked upon as the enemy of the working man. England forbade immigrants carrying tools to other countries. What was the result? Necessity compelled and incited genius to spring into new life, with the result that American goods compete successfully with the world. A new era has dawned, and from all these inventions have come larger incomes, shorter hours of labor, and a greater degree of comfort and health, so that in the 20th century, the inventor is ranked as the benefactor whom the world delivers delights to honor. The entrepreneur is the French word for undertake, not the undertaker of funeral director of America, although the latter comes under the classification for if he undertakes to bury a person dead, he is usually successful in undertaking. The word applies in economics to the employer of business, industrial or commercial way, the coordinator of the orthodox economists and the enterprise of Hawley and other advanced economists. Some economists limit the term to managers of large enterprises. It is true that the entrepreneur is a coordinator of the factors of production, labor, land, and capital, but he does not do more than bring them together. Do the investors and other classes of intellectual workers possess all inventiveness? Have they a corner on imagination and inspiration, does the creative faculty in man stop short with a man who invents a machine, composes an epic, or produces a grand opera? To invent means to find out or to produce by mental activity, to create, produce, or construct by original thought or ingenuity, to originate a new method of action, kind of instrument, etc. The definition of inventive as given by the Standard Dictionary is able to invent quickly to contrivance, ready to experience. If an entrepreneur therefore produces by mental activity, or if he devises a new method, better and shorter of performing a certain kind of work, he is an inventor. One of practical functions of the entrepreneur is the adaptation of the various economic instruments to the accomplishment of a specified end. The salient distinguishing feature between the inventor and the entrepreneur is that the former expresses his creations in a concrete and patentable form, while the latter confines his creative energies principally to the operation of a plant or to the conduct of a large enterprise. As has previously been stated, one of the most perplexing questions with which the economists struggle is that of the exact function of the entrepreneur. Who is yeah. There's this guy here. I need to get some guy on board. I'm sorry. Forgive me. Forgive me. But you can say, baby, baby, can I hold you tonight? Michael, hello. Hi. Sorry, I wasn't. Sometimes it's so silent here, and I ask myself who is around. Yeah, okay. Let's be like that. I'm here. Hi. It feels very good to know that there are people out there. I know like there are people out there. Sometimes it feels good to know that there are people out there, apart from you just walking in the streets seeing people. But, like, you're not just seeing people, but, they are out there. Okay, I'm here. I need to balance this talking with people. I need to communicate because I'm just chatting. That's the category that I do, just chatting. As has previously been stated, one of the most perplexing questions with which the economists struggle is that of the exact function of the entrepreneur. Who is the promulgator of the risk theory of profit says it says in its defense. And as no one, as a matter of business, subjects himself to a risk for what he believes the actuarial value of the risk amounts to, in the calculation of which he is of the average correct, net income accrues to the enterprise as a whole equal to the difference between the gains derived from the undertakings and the actual loss incurred in them. This net income being manifestly an unpredetermined residue must be a profit. Am I shouting? And as there can never be two unpredetermined residues in the same undertaking, profit is identified with the reward for an assumption of responsibility, especially though not exclusively that involved in ownership. Howley advances the theory in opposition to the orthodox theory that an entrepreneur is entitled to profit as remuneration for his services rendered as a director or a co-director of the factors of production. It will readily be seen that neither school of economics explain the economic nature of the function of the man of business. The one says he is entitled to a profit because it assumes a risk, while the other contends that the mere coordination of productive factors is the sole function of the man of enterprise, and for which he reaps a profit. The admission that both are right as far as they go through, but very little light on the subject under discussion. It must be considered that one who assumes a risk is entitled to a wider margin for profit as a safeguard against loss, and it is also plain that he is a coordinator. There, however, is giving a thing a name without defining it. An effort will be made to determine the nature of the productive force or forces embodied in the entrepreneur. The fact seems to be that he has a complex power exerted in numberless ways in analyzing its productive qualities. It must be borne in mind that there are many classes of entrepreneurs, the term covering all those who engage in enterprise of a productive nature, including, of course, the agriculturists, and naturally his activities embrace all of the 15 methods of facilitating production. Primarily, the function of the entrepreneur is to discover wealth of a country in order to the development of its resources and the general effort to satisfy the desires of man. The magnitude of the function of the entrepreneur can be realized when it is understood that he not only must supervise the manufacture and marketing of products, but must also exercise his mental powers in the selection of subordinates and training them to do their work expeditiously and efficiently. That is, he must study both men and things and must utilize the ideas of the men under him in the co-utilize the ideas of the men under him in the conduct of his enterprise so as to secure the best economic results. The resources of a nation, as has before been stated, consist not only of the so-called economic wealth, products of land, mines, and manufactures, but also natural wealth. The latter kind of wealth has not been classified as such by economists, but it will be proven that in any case of the apple that was allowed to rot, the inherent wealth of natural scenery and the like can be transmuted into potential wealth by interjection of mental and physical labor. Okay, Aminat. 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 Amina, Tamina, Tamina. 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 Tamina, Tamina, Tamina. Okay. I feel very empty in my belly. Very empty in my belly, man. Can you believe it? Do you ever want to feel empty in your belly? I don't want to ever feel empty in my belly. I only be empty in my belly because I have no control over it. I have no control over it. Amina, Amina, Amina. Amina, Amina, Amina. Amina, Amina, Amina. Think, give me a minute to finish up this guy here, then you come. We see how everything goes. 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 We 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 see how everything goes. I need to get my water. I came and put my water the other side, but I need it right now. Yeah, everything goes. Cash. Oh my god, I love cash. You want to make me happy, man? I love cash. Everything goes. You see how 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 everything goes. We see how everything goes. see how everything goes. See how everything goes. We 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 see how everything goes. Oh God. See how everything goes. See how everything goes. We see how everything goes. See how those people, man, are working, man. They should be working. See how everything goes. I should be working, come on. I need work. It's high time to accept it, right? That you need work. You see how everything goes. You see how yeah, everything goes. You see how 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 everything goes. You see how. You see how everything goes. You see how everything goes. You see how everything goes. See how. See how everything goes. See how everything goes. See how. We see how everything goes. We 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 see how. You see how everything goes. See how. See how everything goes. See how. See how everything goes. See how. We see how everything goes. 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 We see how. 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 Again. We see how everything goes. We see how. 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 See how everything goes. See how. Everything goes. See how. Everything goes. See how. See how everything goes. See how. Yeah. See how everything goes. You see how. See how everything goes. You see how. You 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 see how everything. You see how. You see how everything goes. You see how. You see how everything goes. You see how. We see how everything goes. We see how. We see how everything goes. We see how everything goes. We see how. 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 We gonna see how everything turns out. Everything's done to time. Everything is done back in the right way. Is everything turning out in the right way? Is everything turning out in the right way? Is everything turning up in the right way? What? What? I think good. Yeah. Let's see how everything goes. Okay, let me get my water for a second. Because I need my water. Did I just drink that water? You see how everything goes. You see how. You see how. Uh, 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 you see how everything goes. You see how. 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 You see how. You see how. You see how everything goes. You see how. You see how everything. You see how. You see how everything goes. 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 You see how. You see how. You see how. You see how. You see how everything goes. You see how. Man, life. Yeah. We have everything. We have. We See how everything goes. 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 See how. But it will be objected natural scenario can be given no exchange value. Let us see if this cannot be done. The entrepreneur constructs a railroad into a region of scenic beauty and grandeur, and its attractive power proves so great that dividends far in excess of the basic 6% can be paid on the stock. If it is plain that the enhanced value of the road is due first to the natural attractions and second to the enterprise of the promoter who rendered the beauties accessible, as the exchange value of a thing is governed by its productiveness, and as the latter in this case was due in great part to the scenery, the latter has become capitalized. But to return to the undertakers, there have been instances recorded where the supposed corpse has come to life there by causing a great scandal and interfering with the well-ordered arrangements of the funeral, as no self-respecting corpse should do. But who shall say, in cases of this kind, that the funeral was altogether a failure? It is the law of the commercial as well as the moral and social order, and that out of the labor and travail, the ashes and the dead hopes of others, springs new life of beauty and power. This simile may be somehow bizarre and in bad taste, yet it strikingly illustrates the point it is desired to make. Do we not all recognize instances innumerable wherein the labors and hopes of others have seemingly gone for naught, yet in reality from the failures and mistakes of those persons there have been reaped bounteous harvests? In other instances, the mistakes of others have proven to be the warning bells of the bows on the great sea of commerce. If the undertaker had not struck a rock in the road and bracked the hairs, the corpse would still be a corpus in a minimum. Now abideth creativeness, labor-saving, timing-saving, cost-saving, profit-increasing devices, efficiency methods of 15 varieties, but the greatest of these is creativeness. There are still no doubt unbelieving ones keep revolving in their minds the question, what is the commercial creativeness? Creativeness is greater than all the other 14 efficiency methods, because it is the life principle of all and more. It is easy to see the merits of a thing after it is accomplished, but to have the vision of a new project and the courage to bring it to pass, that it is the real thing. This is the initiative we read so much about and which is so little understood. Whether the so-called efficiency experts are puttering around, eliminating a useless motion here and speeding up a machine there, the creative man is eternally grasping after new fields, conquer new markets for his products at home and abroad, is continually evolving new methods of promotion, advertising, and better systems of production and distribution. But what if he should fail? If his dreams and endeavors should become an ashes in his hand? It is better to have tried and lost than to have never tried at all. It was this creative spirit of vision and courage which inspired Columbus to sail on and on and on, as Jacqueline Miller has graphically portrayed in his deathless poem, and that led to the discovery of a continent. What if he had turned back when his sailors maltreated, and when the very stars seemed to have departed from the sky, and the Columbus seemed to have imparted to all the Americans his glorious qualities? It was this spirit that impelled the early pioneers to explore and conquer a hostile continent. This was the spirit that fired the makers of this Declaration of Independence and freed a continent from tyrannous rule. It was the spirit that led to the founders of the Republic to establish the freest form of democracy on earth and to defend it against stupendous odds. It was this spirit that inspired the path founders to trail a way across deserts and mountains to the golden Pacific, and it was and is this point that led and is leading to the captains of industry to dot the country with factories, to encircle it with wires and embrace it with ribs of steel. All of this was done at the cost of many lives and the loss of millions in money and property. What waste of men and resources, the pessimists and the chronics crook cry. But in what other way could a continent be subdued? That man is not worth considering who sees something which ought to be done, but counts the cost before undertaking it. Much is being written in these troublous times about the Great West, resulting from inefficiency. There lies before us a lugubrious volume entitled, I don't know if I'm shouting, my voice. I should not be shouting, but my voice is loud. I don't want to be shouting. This room has other people in. So why am I shouting? I should not be shouting. I don't believe in communication of shouting. But my headset, my volume, my microphone is hard to increase my volume somehow for me to even get anything good out of it. Okay. Okay. So where was I? Somebody just told me they love me. I love you too. I love you too. I can just give you my word. There lies before us a lugubrious volume entitled The Price of Inefficiency on the West, which the author charges against the government and the people, presents a dazzling study in millions. The author says we waste 50 million and sacrifice 50 lives each year in forest fires. We waste 1 billion cubic feet of gas daily. We waste 22 million a year in manufacture of coke in lost gases. We waste 238 million in losses in floods and freshets. We waste 500 million a year in soil erosion. We waste 659 million a year through losses to growing crops by noxious insects and careless methods. of agriculture, we waste 772 annually in losses to incomes due to industrial diseases. We waste 1 billion, 1.5 billion through the loss of life and illness to industrial workers through preventable diseases, accidents, but we will not inflict more on the reader. The papers have recently reported an unprecedented snowstorm and blizzard throughout the Middle States, causing the destruction of many lives and millions in property, and effectually blockading the traffic and communication. How is it all this waste to be avoided? Does it not seem that waste is necessary concomitant of all growth and process? It would appear so, and that the industrial atmosphere, as in the nature, must be revived and reoxygenized occasionally. A.W. Shaw, editor of System, the Business Man's Bible, writes, "Every day a part of you dies, but as you worn out tissues fall away, new ones replace them. Therefore, you continue to live. When change ceases, life stops. And business, like your body, is made up of parts which must continually change and be renewed. What makes little business swiftly colossal, covers their grounds almost overnight with great buildings, feeds their many finances with huge quantities of raw materials, swells their profits as if it's by magic. There is only one answer. Other firms may duplicate Marshall's field stock and goods, enlist 10 times the Edison's company capital, start a dozen stores where H.B. Graffin has one, yet fail to make any inroads on their trade. Their strength lies not only in buildings, goods, capital, but in tremendous aggregations of right methods. In this, they are typical of 1,000 other great houses. Every day in each of them, some method dies, is outworn, scrapped, and replaced. Obstacles arise, but fresh plans are continuously brought forward to blow them out of existence. Old ideas, processes, invented devices constantly giving way to new things that better accomplish their functions. Buildings are torn down, machinery turned out, designs, materials, products are altered. Everything in these unbeatable businesses changes except one thing, the principle of discarding dying tissue. The moment it begins to die, the practice of replacing accepted methods, the instant better ones, are discovered. So it seems to be a law of universal application that waste precedes and accompanies growth. Who knows but that their great nations' calamities form a part of a generous scheme for the betterment of the human race. The supreme lesson to be gathered is that all of us are expected to do our best, to try and to keep on trying until our purpose is accomplished or forever defeated. Visionaries, lunatics, and other choice and complementary. Okay, a minute. Don't know if there's anybody. Is there anybody? Is there anybody? Is there anybody out there? There? Is anybody out there? There? Is anybody out there? There? Okay. Epithets were applied to Cyrus W. Field and his confreres in their wild attempt to lay a cable across the sea. Similar terms accompanied by radical met Robert Fulton and those who followed him in developing transoceanic steam travel. and to the first builders of railroads and telegraphs, Henry Ward Beecher, in an address at the banquet to Cyrus W. Field following the successful laying of the Atlantic cable, said, "I scarce dare any longer think what shall be." I remember that the vision with which within his plan for a railroad to the Mississippi was held. I remember there was scarce paper in the country that did not feel called upon to talk of the advisability of sending him to the lunatic island. I remember when the project of a steamer crossing the Atlantic was declared scientifically impracticable. It would appear that the visionaries are not so visionary after all. They must be more than dreamers. They must see something that others of duller imagination cannot see. What distinguishes between the creative visionary and the visionary as generally conceived? Between the visionary builder and the visionary dreamer, it is practical element. He must combine his imaginative qualities with the matter of fact. Columbus had more than a vision. He was convinced from his readings and researches that Earth was round and that by sailing westwardly he could reach India. He did not expect to discover a continent. He probably would have satisfied with an island or two, but it appears to be a law universal that man with the firm convictions and courage is rewarded beyond his wildest hopes. The entrepreneur must only have a vision, he must have knowledge and wide information, and he must be able to convince hard-headed capitalists of the practicability of his vision. For that which is an invention makes it worth thousands in business may cause it to be worth millions, in terms of which the captains of industry must think. What is the thing, the active and acting gem in an invention that renders it patentable, and in a business that renders it marketable? Evidently, the idea of vision, but in promoting an enterprise, there must be visions upon visions and acts upon acts. The outset, the entrepreneur must combine the imaginative and the mathematical mentality. A rare combination. The railroad builder, for example, must only possess the prophetic power to discover the prospective value or economic attractiveness of the wealth or resources, agrarian, mineral or genetic, and later dynamic along a projected line, but he must have the mathematical or business ability to compute its cost and finance its construction and later on its extension. This includes methods and means of securing the necessary funds for the conduct of the enterprise with the least cost and the issuance of bonds for extensions and improvements. Having secured the necessary funds, the promoter begins to organize forces in the construction of road into the heart of the region to be exploited, and mayhap be tremendous engineering feats to the very summit of the highest range of mountains. And the construction of the railway, the entrepreneur must utilize the knowledge or brain power of numerous engineers and mechanics, as well as the manual labor needful for carrying out his plans. No small part of the work lies in selecting competent men to see that the plans are economically prosecuted. Stated generally, the entrepreneur himself contributes towards the construction of the road by many valuable suggestions, both in planning the route and building the railroad. In the one, he shows how the route can be shortened, perhaps by tunneling through a mountain or by spanning a lake, even though it entails a greater initial cost, realizing that it will ultimately prove an economic benefit in the way of the decreased cost in transportation and maintenance and in the increased travel. Having completed the road, the entrepreneur must bring into play powers of organization and administration in the tremendous task of operation. The same care must be exercised here as in the construction of the road, both in the selection of the employees and in the adaptation of the modern methods and applications for facilitating operation. He must have great administrative ability and his various mental capacities attached to the limit. We now come to the most important operative factor in the production of wealth, the magic wand which conjures forth the hidden gold. We refer, of course, to advertising, which includes the judicious use of printers, ink, as well as a personal representation. It is plain the active principle of this factor is gray matter. After the railroad has been built, the schedule made up, and the various departments organized, the great and the vital proposition of securing the business remains. This is accomplished in three general ways: by sending out personal representatives, by correspondence, and by advertising. The representatives or agents are really a part of the entrepreneur machine. The men are selected by the promoter and instructed in their work. The other two methods may be dealt with collectively, as the only manner in which they differ is in their selection of means. In correspondence, the business is advertised through letters or telegraphic or telephonic communications, which general mediums of circulation are utilized in what is commonly known as advertising. Advertiser must exercise three important functions in securing the desired ends, namely those of choosing the most salient points for advertisement, the preparation of the advertising matter, and the selection of mediums which will reach the sought and the largest number of people who may be attracted by what he has to offer. All of these functions require great foresight, severe mental training, and concentration and persistent endeavor. In short, the success of enterprise depends largely upon the proper and conspicuous this word is very hard for me to pronounce, conspicuous placing of its advantages before the public. There is practically no limit to economic value that may be attracted to this manner. To all other qualities that entrepreneur must add executive force, and in the conduct of a business must decide quickly and rightly upon thousands of situations that occur almost daily. In a word, the economic value of the idea is interwoven throughout his commercial dealings, and it would be futile to try to enumerate a fractional part of the examples of creative wealth which obtain in the prosecution of a great business enterprise. Brains are the real miracle worker. By the application of gray matter, the three factors of production under the old school are modified, reduced, increased, and in some instances practically done away with. The introduction of ideas results in elimination of labor to a degree, and by permitting the adoption of more efficient methods, reduces the amount of capital required in various industries in numberless ways, and in the case of land, makes two blades of grass grow where one grew before. One of the most potent recent developments in industrial life is the introduction of specialists into all phases of business. Experts are employed at high salaries in order that economies may be effected in the daily routine of business. The specialists include not only the highly skilled in the various trades and occupations, but also those who have made a study of the new phases of commercialism as it becomes more highly organized with the lapse of time. For instance, there are those who have become proficient in arranging office equipment for large corporations and firms in order that the daily work may be carried on with a minimum of extraction and cost. If the reader is not yet convinced of the economic value of the idea, let us try it on the farmer. We have in previous chapters made casual reference to farming, but as he also comes under the head of entrepreneurs, we will elaborate. Surely, dead soil says, the conservative cannot be made to produce beyond its natural strength. Let us see given two farms side by side with the same quality of soil, receiving like amounts of rain and sunshine, the product will be equal, say the conservative, but the 20th century farmer knows how fallacious is this reasoning. One of the farmers plants his crops seasonally and tills the soils assiduously, but uses no artificial means to enhance its productivity. The other uses all modern methods needful and applicable, such as selection of plants and animals adapted to the soil, rotation of crops, intelligent fertilization, deep plowing, dry farming, irrigation, the introduction of bacteria which are known to be necessary for the growth of some plants, the use of insecticides such as Paris green or the famous Bordeaux mixture which saved the grape industry of France, and scores of other expedients which cannot be enumerated. The revenue derived from the latter farm is several times greater than that from the first named. What caused the increase by the application of brains as it were to the soul? Now the socialists, syndicalists, industrial workers of the world and their ilk say that labor produces all the wealth. Therefore, the farmer who was efficient must divide with the neighbor who was too soulful to think and to act. Even such as an intellectual pursuit as bricklaying has been revolutionized recently by efficiency method. Quantity of work done by a single laborer has been trebled by the introduction of machinery, which carries the brick to a position level with and within easy reach of the workman who lays the brick without being compelled to use the time and energy consuming stopping motions instant to the customary methods of trade. Rufus Gilmore, writing in the system, says, goodwill is the mystery of modern business. Individual businessmen and corporations include it in their practical calculations, yet its exact nature can be determined, despite all sounding reasoning of advertising experts and accountants, despite all the beating of tom-toms by underwriters and promoters. Goodwill is still the fourth dimension of business. It is there, therefore, the difficulty lies in making others see it and making them see it as largely as you see it. In a diagram, Gilmore sets forth that goodwill is made up of the following component parts: competition, patent rights, reputation for integrity, personnel, trade names, condition of market, pending orders, franchises, established location, publicity, credit, and annual earnings. Granting the reliability of the analysis, it requires but a brief examination to see what the elements of goodwill may be classed almost in their entity as creative wealth. The mystery is solved. Brains, the life force of creative wealth, is the key to the answer, and in the answer lies the uncertainty of value of the elusive goodwill, following the parallelism of the fourth dimension. While there is an element of mysticism in the fourth dimension of business, it's not as stable or evasive as the fourth dimension of space. The former is conceivable. The existence of the latter can only be deduced by algebraic methods or processes of analogy, taking up the various elements productive of goodwill and analyzing their qualities. We must find first competition, which means, if anything, the matching of wits with rivals, and hence is clearly competitive, creative in nature. Patent rights can be placed in the same category without argument, as can also repetition for integrity. Does anybody here? Oh, hi. Hello. Okay, this place here is so nice. So nice. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. 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 I am hungry, man. Very hungry, but I have to be here. Thank you, Kim. Thank you, thank you. 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 Where patent rights can be placed in the same category without argument, as can also be reputation for integrity and personnel. The trade names are valuable only insofar as the merits of the commodity and publicity extend. Both factors are plainly creative. Condition of market depends principally upon advertising methods, and this naturally falls under the head of creative wealth, as it requires intellectual force to secure franchises and hold them. This element is partially creative, but as franchises are required only in a limited number of enterprises, this element is not constant. Established location means but very little, useless, unless there is push and energy behind the business. This element is almost wholly creative because it required foresight to select the location. Publicity and credit are purely creative in nature, while the last named annual earnings is dependent upon all the previously named elements and therefore namely creative. It is evident that in cases of businesses changing hands, unless the personnel goes with it, the value of goodwill is problematical. And finally, above all, the entrepreneur must possess character or reputation for integrity. Perhaps the late J.P. Morgan was the most brilliant exponent of efficiency that this country has ever produced. He possessed nearly all the qualities needed by an entrepreneur in a superlative degree and was one of the greatest constructive captains of industry, but he was greatly marginalized and misunderstood. For example, a recent editorial in the Philadelphia, North America says, Morgan believed that prosperity is created by dead weight and brutal force of masses of money, whereas it is created by the efficiency of the average dollar. And he measured prosperity by bank balances and sales of securities instead of the welfare of the average man. It would be hard to find in contemporary literature any equal number of errors crowded into a single sentence. Morgan, in his testimony before the Pujol Money Trust Investigating Committee, made it clear that he placed more emphasis on character than any form of collateral, mass of money, or brute force. It would be difficult to understand what the writer means by the average dollar. $1 is just as average and just as efficient as any other dollar. Perhaps he means the dollar of the average man. If so, this does not state an economic fact. The dollar of the average person does not create wealth in the larger form. It is the money invested in big enterprises that provides work for the millions and creates wealth. In the chapter of capital, it was endeavored to provide the character and capital constitute the only real and lasting capital. Businessmen may gain a mushroom and this word is very hard for me to pronounce, ephemeral success by resulting to sharp practices, but it may be affirmed with assurance that the men behind great enterprises of stability and active growth must align themselves with the laws of nature and man. This is true for two reasons. First, subjectively, if a man violates the laws of nature, he begins to disintegrate physically, intellectually, and morally. Efficiency. Method number 9, deterrence influences. And second, objectively, he must conform to the laws of land, or sooner or later his business will be sundered in a collision with a materialized statue or consumed by the fire of an incensed public opinion. Efficiency method number 15, economic environment. But to attain the very highest success, the entrepreneur must not only adjust his business to the principle of the fair deal, but must supplement the policy of cold honesty by the spirit of the helping hand, the sacrificial spirit of give, in order that he and others may live. If the records of some of the most successful businessmen are examined, we will find that this spirit has animated them throughout their careers. In the first of series of articles running in the world's work on successful businessmen, the altruistic policies of the H.B. Clothing Company of the New York are set forth in graphic manner. It tells how this great firm, with its many ramifications and branches, builds up and retains its prestige. Well, as I prestige, how it sends representatives to each of the states to study industrial conditions, how it helps struggling retailers to get on their feet, both in an advisory and financial capacity, and how it treats all with whom it has commercial intercourse with uniform consideration, courtesy, and honesty. This was the policy of Commodore Vanderbilt, who in his day was the master of transportation on land and sea. He outdistanced his rivals because his persistent endurance to the principle, better and still better service. But there are two other aspects to this giving spirit. The first, as above, may be designated as the voluntarily altruistic, mutually participating principle. Then there are the involuntary, altruistic, maturely participating, and the involuntary, altruistic, objectively participating principles. The second principle, the involuntary, altruistic, mutually participating, is that which runs through all the successful business enterprise, as was exemplified under the dynamic wealth. It was shown how this dynamic energy directly and indirectly provides employment for the many, and how it benefited all who had commercial dealings with the direct beneficiaries. The third principle, objectively participating, applies to the unsuccessful business enterprise, to the pioneers who blaze a trail for others to follow. And it is asserted that statistics prove that 90% of all businessmen fail in their first undertakings. But how does this benefit others? It may be asked in a number of ways. First, by giving employment to laborers for a great or a less length of time. Second, by developing a new field of labor and an industry. A railroad, for example, may be built into virgin territory, and although it may suffer heavy loss for a number of years, it proves the means of putting a new field of action on the industrial map. Or a corporation dealing in real estate may erect magnificent buildings on a tract of land which they are promoting, only to meet with great financial loss. Yet the presence of these buildings and improvements renders the adjoining property more valuable than before. This thought will be further expanded under the single tax, wherein it will be shown that the earned increment is largely a product of creative wealth. The third principle is also indirectly helps others by affording a sort of horrible example. Other men of enterprise or the original promoter may be able to profit by the mistakes he has made, and on the ruins of the industrial structure erect one of the solid endurance. Within the past few years, much has been written on the industrial efficiency by such exponents of the art of Taylor, Emerson, and Ganti, and a great deal has been accomplished in the practical application of their methods to economic life. Their theories and methods, however, are mainly defensive. A search for and elimination of leaks is true Noah's warfare against internal force of a business enterprise. In this work, the offensive methods of industrial warfare are marginalized without intention of minimizing the importance of the defensive method. Defensive plan of action. Harrington Emerson, in his treatise on the 12 principles of efficiency, brilliantly expounds the doctrine of defensive industrial methods. Some of these principles are partially offensive or constructive, although he does not elaborate on his phase of the subject. His 12 principles are ideals, common sense, and judgment, competent counsel, discipline, the fair deal, accurate and reliable records, planning and dispatching, standards and schedules, standardized conditions, standardized operations, written standards of instruction, rewards for efficiency. It will be seen that emphasis is laid upon the standardization of work, which consists in separating from the line organization of a business a staff officer whose duty is to set up tentative standards of performance, to correct these standards by working out scientifically the best methods of performance, to determine the best endurance to the employee to attain these standards, and to instruct the employees in these perfected methods. These methods apply principally to the elimination of waste or to the eradication of leaks, such as unnecessary motions in the laborers and various kinds of waste in the materials of production occurring in the general operation of a business enterprise. The ideals of Emerson correspond in a way with the creativeness or powers of vision or a foresight in the entrepreneur. The first of the 15 expression forms. His ideals, however, are made to apply almost wholly to the operation of a business with a total disregard of the initiative or initial idea. His nearest approach to the latter principle in his reference to James J. Hill and other captains of industry. He says of the former, "There is no one great American railroad genius, always an idealist, who has arisen to commanding position in the railroad world because he had definite ideals. Ideals. He states that a railroad company is to be managed to earn dividends. The expenses are by the train mile and the receipts by the ton mile. He has developed the country through which his railroad ran and lowered rates because this gave him more ton miles. He has reduced grades and curvatures and used heavy locomotives on long trains because this reduced the cost of train per mile. He has reduced out for oriental traffic, thus lessening the ton mile cost. Another great railroad executive, J.W. Kendrick, regards these agreements with laborers as consuming time and energy, destructive to peace, loyalty, and harmony, and he therefore resolved to set up a high standard of discipline based on the fair deal and made it attractive efficiency reward. It may be practicable to standardize the operations of machines and laborers of an industrial or commercial enterprise, but it's very difficult to standardize the mental operations of a creative man. It would not be advisable to do so, even though it were possible. And herein lies the difference between the offensive and defensive efficiency methods. It will be observed that Emerson makes no reference to advertising and promotion in his 12 methods. This is but natural, since these methods are decidedly offensive or constructive. You can't standardize this kind of creative work. How would you go about to standardize the mind of an Edison, a Morgan, a Westinghouse, a Vail, a Carnegie, a Harriman, or a Marshall Field? You could as easily put hobbles on a meteor or resolve into its constituent elements the aurora borealis. It is apparent that he who attempts to classify or circumscribe the actions of the normal brain of the undertaker and accomplisher of the business world of today is foredoomed to complete failure. About all that can be done is to take up the 15 expression forms and illustrate by examples from modern industrial life how the entrepreneur utilizes these forms of efficiency methods in the conduct of his business. If anyone is not satisfied with our selections and classification, he can choose his own examples. There are millions of them, and construct his own classifications, which will no doubt prove a more entertaining and instructive perspective. Before going into this analysis, however, it would be interesting to note that many of the trades and businesses are in themselves expression forms. For example, the cobbler, blacksmith, tailor, plumber, and all fixers come under efficiency method number 11, eradicate deleterious influences in material. The banker may be classified under expression forms number 2, 5, and 7. The principal function of the banker is to take care of our money, a very cheerful and altruistic habit, and to facilitate exchange. Money is a time and labor-saving convenience, and in the form of capital is classified as material. Now the banker very kindly permits you to draw checks on the money deposited with him, thus saving you the trouble of handling the cash. In the conduct of a business, this rapid method of effecting commercial transactions is very essential and effective. The banker augments material by effecting loans and by paying interest on deposits. He also may be said to remove deleterious influences from material by putting your money in strong boxes. But paradoxical as it may seem, the watchmaker is not a time saver at all. On the other hand, he is an eradicator of the deleterious influences in material. There are a great many possessions in industrial affairs that require a fixed time for consummation, such as the cooking of an egg or the tampering of steel, and it is necessary that the workmen be equipped with timepieces with which to gauge these processes. Deleterious influence is the possible destruction of the work which would occur in the absence of timepieces. Negatively, therefore, the watchmaker must be classified under the expression form number 11. Trades and occupations cited with the exception of the banker are exclusively material fixing or augmenting and correspond to the professional men fixing occupations of the physician, minister, lawyer, etc., which were placed in a previous chapter. Then, in addition to these classes, there are tradesmen who partake of the qualities or functions of both material and labor fixers. They help cure diseases of land, labor, and material. Foremost, among this class is the druggist, who supplements the physician and chemist in their laudable efforts to eradicate the deleterious influences preying on man and on the soil and material objects. With the druggists must be classed the booksellers and stationers who traffic in all sorts of reading matter, books, magazines, papers, and whatnot. Some of these publications aid in the cultivation of the mind, while others teach methods of manipulating material. But some of these products of the art, preservative, unfavorably affect the mind and general economic condition, and this thought naturally leads to the consideration of other occupations and pursuits which have a similar effect on man. At the head of this class stands the saloon keeper. It is not necessarily to dilate upon the evils growing out of the excessive indulgence in drink. This habit lessens the economic value of the laborer will not be contested. Of minor considerations are the confectioners, ice cream and material water manufacturers. Excessive use of these refreshing compounds have deleterious influence, but this may be said of any sort of overindulgence. This is one of the things that can be said in favor of these injurious indulgences. They make business good for the physician, druggist, and mayhap this undertaker and the undertaker. And here is where the latter evens up another example of triumph from travel. And with this salvage crew, the doctors and the druggists should be classified the accident and life insurance companies, for they provide the physical means wherewith to repair broken bones, bodies, and fortunes. Other classes of insurance, fire, tornado, and earthquake, correspond and cooperate with the material fixers, the blacksmiths, the carpenters, and so forth. But what about the jewelers, haberdashers, milliners, and all those classes who cater to the artistic and aesthetic? Do they contribute to the economic efficiency? The answer must be directly, they do not. But it is not possible that the gratification of the aesthetic sense may have a subtle effect upon one's general outlook and thereby affect his general conduct, does not tend to render him more cheerful, and in a way, as with music, have a tendency to remove deleterious influences in laborer. While there have been no experiments along this line, it is reasonable to suppose that in some instances, at least, such economic benefit does not accrue, but as previously stated, the prime function of all these extra economic or dynamic pursuits is to open new fields of labor for the great industrial army, and illustrating the importance of creativeness, which includes the vision and initiative. System says immigration is the motive power of business. Imagination is the motive power of business. Without the capacity to look into the future, to anticipate the development and to see visions, the individual worker is merely a mechanical unit of the great engine of trade. The editor of Life is referring to the failure of Charles S. Mellon as president of the New York, New Haven, and Hartford Railroad Company. Said if he, Mellon, had not worked so hard, he might he might have been worth more, because the most valuable men are paid chiefly for sitting around and thinking. The great efficiency is like what we read of the Almighty, who never lifts his hand, but drives the universe by what he is. One clear thought is a directing mind may be worth a year of faithful details. It always seemed as if Mr. Mellon drove himself too hard to think his best. In his biography of the late Mark Hanna, Herbert Coley writes, Mark Hanna's characteristic in business was the initiative. He was essentially, if not exclusive, an entrepreneur. He broke new ground. He started and developed enterprises. In order to take advantage of these opportunities, a man needed an aggressive will, an abundant energy, and an alert, shrewd, and comprehensive mind. An associate of Hannah says he was tremendously interested in anything new. If his judgment approved it, he was enthusiastic in pushing it and testing its value. But he quickly sensed a failure and turned to something else with equal energy and courage. In an article in the American magazine on Irving T. Bush, builder of the great industrial community, the following was said to him. Some 15 or 18 years ago, Irving T. Bush had several $1 million, a big vision, and less than 30 years of experience on Earth. The fortune was inherited from his father. The vision arose from the peculiar geographical conditions of the New York City. The ideal industrial community thought young Bush was where land was comparatively cheap, where working people could live at low cost, combined with comfort, and especially where factory, freight car, and steamship could all meet and kiss one another. So young Bush dreamed his great dream about some waterfront sandlots he owned away down the harbor in South Brooklyn. On these sandlots, he saw rising big warehouses and great industrial buildings containing every modern wrinkle. It is people who heard of the vision laughed, but Bush made it come true. How he accomplished the feat is well worth reading. Gerard Stanley Lee, author of The Inspired Millionaires and Crowd, says, if the author had known when he wrote this book, the first named, some of the men he has known since would have expected more and not less of the business of our modern world. Men who have made new and great professions out of the businesses in which they have engaged. Men who have thought nationally in their daily work. Men who in stores and foundries, offices, and factories, day by day, have lived and wrought like statesmen. The difference between the inventor and the entrepreneur, which leads to financial consummation of their plans. One starts with the idea and ends up with material, while the other reverses the process. John D. Rockefeller, in his autobiography published in the World's Work, details the steps leading to and the organization of Great Standard Oil Company. Says, in part, during the years when I was just coming to man's estate, the produce business of Clark and Rockefeller went on prosperously, and in the early 60s we organized a firm to refine and deal in oil. It was composed of Mas Jones and Richard Clark, Mr. Samuel Andrews, and the firm of Clark and Rockefeller, who were in the company. It was my first direct connection in the company. It was my first direct connection with oil trade. In 1865, the partnership was dissolved. It was decided that the good will be sold to the highest bidder. I had made up my mind that I wanted to go into the oil trade on a larger scale, and with Mr. Andrews wished to buy the business. I thought I saw great possibilities in refining oil. The bidding began at $500. I bid $1,000. They bid $2,000, and the bidding continued until the price reached $50,000, which was more than we supposed the concern to be worth. Finally, it advanced to $60,000, and by slow stages to $70,000, and I almost feared for my ability to buy the business and have the money to pay for it. At last, the other side bid $72,000. Without hesitation, I bid $72,500. Mr. Clark then said, "It will go no higher. John, the business is yours." The firm of Rockefeller and Andrews was then established, and this was really my start in the oil trade. Everybody went into the business, and the price went down until the trade was threatened with ruin. Until the trade was threatened with ruin, it seemed absolutely necessary to extend the market for oil by exploiting to foreign countries, and also to greatly improve the processes of refining so that oil could be made and sold cheaply, yet with a profit, and to use as byproducts all the materials which in the less efficient plants were lost and thrown away. To accomplish this, it was necessary to increase our capital by availing ourselves of the best talent and experience. It was with this idea that we processed to buy the largest and best refining concerns and centralize the administration of them with the view of securing greater economy and efficiency. This enterprise, conducted by men of application and industry, working hard together, soon built up unusual facilities in manufacture, in finance, and in extending markets. That we have in his own words, Rockefeller story of the origin of the Standard Oil Company. And if we read between the lines, an idea of the salient qualities of his man can be obtained. He says that the firm of Charles and Rockefeller was prosperous, providing that he had character and capacity. Then he had a vision of big things in the big oil business. And when he started to bid on the goodwill of the dissolved firm, he was backed up more by creative capital and the confidence born of achievement than by the capital embodied in dollars and cents. It was apparent that he was determined to buy that oil business regardless of the price, for he did not stop bidding, and even when he almost feared for his ability to purchase it. A short while after coming into possession of the plant, ruin stared him in the face. Did he lie down? No. He took another hitch in his galoshes and pushed the business with the renewed activity. To accomplish this, he resorted to a number of efficient methods. When competition became strong and the price of oil was shot to pieces, 3 protective methods were brought into play. They built up a foreign trade efficiency method number 13, advertising and promotion, improved the processes of refining by utilizing byproducts, etc. Efficiency method number 7, material augmenting, and centralized administration by buying up other firms and securing new talent. And this concentration is embodied efficiency method number 3, material saving, reduce capital. On the other hand, the great consuming class was benefited by the production of cheaper oil made possible by perfecting the refining processes and centralizing administration. And it must not be forgotten that this foreign trade could not have been built if it were not for his concentration of effort and capital. This centralization benefited likewise all the competing companies, which saw it to become merged with the parent plant. If some, through a mistake, police are lost out in their fight for independent manufacture, they were at least partially to blame for their unlucky plight. Of course, if we could go through the history of the company, we would doubtlessly discover all of the efficiency methods in almost constant use. But how shall we qualify the darling genius of that colossus of gods, the late Edward H. Harriman, who struck a new note in the song of railroading and astounded a continent? The outlook of him said, among all the stories in the American railroading, and it has teemed with the marvelous few chapters are so extraordinary as the building of the Union Pacific System by Edward H. Harriman, the boldness of the conception, the magnitude of the undertaking, and the constructive genius shown in working out of plans are all unusual features, even in a day of undertakings that made for us every day new records in the industrial history. He had faith in the mysterious, hopeless looking, wonder-working Western Empire that is wrapped in its unending dream of sunshine beyond the Missouri River. It's all vision to map out within it. Okay, I was checking on something. Let me check on something here for a minute. I don't know if there's anybody talking to me. I don't want to be making noise. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, what just happened? There's something that happened. I don't know what happened. Oh my God. Okay. I think there's something that happened. I think my network. Okay. I think I'm about to leave. I have like how many minutes? Because I don't want to, oh my God. I think I'm still here. I came late. So late comers eat bones. So I have to accept and I eat my bones. Because I came late and I want to go early. You see? You come late and then you want to go early? No way. No way that you're going to come late and you leave early. So do I have anybody talking to me? I don't know. Maybe one day. Oh my God, just tell me. Oh my God. No, this is not fair. This is so unfair. So unfair. I think I have like 1 hour. Will I even be here? Okay. I can take the 1 hour. I don't know if this plus will be open by... I don't know if the plus will be even open. Okay, so we have to continue with wealth because we're trying to, the people who don't like reading and have to read to send out this information out there because it's in the book sitting, and we have to read the information out there for the people because we need wealth. We need to create wealth. So let's read the information first, and we see our minds how they can understand the information. Where was I? Yeah, where was I? Okay, where was I? He had keenness of vision to map out within it a traffic confederation of unequaled strength, the determination to supply it with railways, the best of their class in their world, and tremaine their personality to persuade careful men to risk and hard of sums of money to make good his plans. The story of how he purchased the Union Pacific, how the line was leveled down to a maximum grade of 41 feet per mile, how he spanned the Salt Lake and the Bay of San Francisco with great buildings, how he improved the roadbed and established the block system of signals. And then after he had done all this, how he reached out after other systems of the Southern Pacific and the Oregon Salt Line, Illinois Central, Chicago, and Alton and others has often been told and forms one of the greatest romances of industrialization. But to continue, Mr. Harriman is autodynamic. His mind leaps over intermediate difficulties because he knows they must give way to forceful endeavors, and he has no time to waste on explanations or argument. It is not a matter of surprise that, and a blasquick manner, we will find in Mr. Harriman an inviolable regard for his word. Mr. Harriman's word is good. If one gets his promise, it is a promise that will safely be slept on. Here we have in Mr. Harriman the vision of a prophet, the initiative of a Caesar, and the unshakable and impeachable genius of right and might. A writer says, upon up and adding he, Harriman, rides horseback, drives fast horses, motors about the course a little, and in the winter time gets out with his boys on the ice. They play hockey and other games, and the battle is always hot. The play must be fair and according to the rules. If there is any violation of the rules, he goes over to the other side. Vision, initiative, resourcefulness, and character were the dominant characteristics of man. And being such, any attempt to analyze his methods of efficiency must be proven hopeless. One may well believe that he embodied all of the 15 efficiency methods as an example of his resourcefulness. One striking example may be cited after installing the block system on the Union Pacific. He found that accidents still occurred while undue frequency. To remedy this, he abandoned the time-honored custom of having railroad officials report on the causes and queue of accidents and turned the investigations over the outsiders. After railroad men recovered from the shock, it was found to prove increasingly effective. The fear of publicity had a tremendous hold in abeyance the more reckless of the engine drivers and dispatchers. The do and dare spirit of the pioneer characterized the indomitable railroad rescuer and reviver. When the engineer in charge of the bridge construction work at the Salt Lake notified him that the job was impossible, that all of the piling was being swallowed up by the quicksands, Harriman telegraphed back, "Go ahead and do it, whether it is possible or not. Let us see how many of the efficiency methods are found in Harriman's cutting down grades, eliminating curves, ballasting the roads, purchasing adequate rolling stock, and minimizing accidents on the Union Pacific Railroad." Efficiency method number 1 is represented in his vision of a reconstructed road and a revived country through which it passed. Number 2, labor saving, is found in the elimination of curves and grades. In this are also found number 3, material saving, requiring less material to construct the road. Number 4, land saving, was the means of reclaiming land waste. And number 5, time saving, reduce the schedule nearly one half. The ballasting and general improvement of the road also affected the efficiency methods. The purchase of engines of a larger and more effective type served to augment material. Number 7, permitted the carrying of heavier loads. The introduction of block system and other accident preventives involve efficiency method. Number 9, eradication of the deleterious influences in the laborer. Number 11, eradication of the deleterious influences in material destruction of rolling stock. And number 12, remove the obstructive notion of fear in travelers. And finally, the general results, a wonderful modernized road, are represented in efficiency method number 14 and 15. The latter applies to the amelioration of economic environments, and the former to the manufacture of a better article. Whether the railroader is not a manufacturer in the strict sense of the term, yet he sells traveling and shipping service, and the improving of this resulted in a large increase in traffic. We will now take up Harriman's compare James J. Hill and his analysis. It will be shown that while the latter might not be as brilliant and darling in some ways as the late railway king, yet he is more painstaking, more comprehensive in efficiency methods, and has therefore probably rendered a great service. Albert Hubbard, in his late journeys to the great businessman, says, "But the work of James J. Hill is dedicated to time, and Cleo will eventually write his name in high on her roster as a great modern prophet, a creator, a builder. Prince Charles built a city, but this man has made an empire. Smiling farms, schools, factories, and happy homes sprang into being into the sunlight of prosperity, which he made possible. And yet, the wealth of the hill country is practically untapped." After describing Hill's mother as a woman of decided personality, strong in future, frank, fearless, honest, sane, and poised, Hubbard adds, James J. Hill is the son of his mother. His form, his features, his mental characteristics, and ambitions are the endowment of mother to son. He is a scholar of men in one, as every great man is. But when this kindly, philosophic, paternal, altruistic Yale Hill is in the saddle, you will see the significance of the story. A rare and flagman at Glassberg was boasting some of his mates how he had gone over the division with the new boss of the ranch. Here a listener put in a question thus, what kind of a looking fellow is the old man? And he of the Latin and stupendous scratched his head and explained, well, you see, it's like this. He looks like Jesus Christ, only he is heavier set. When James J. Hill became manager of the St. Paul, Minneapolis, and Manitoba Railroad in the latter part of the 70s, he sat over to England and bought hundreds of Air Force bulls and distributed them along the line of the road among the farmers. Sold horses were sent out on the low prices and long-time payments. Farm seeds, implements, and lumber were put within the reach of any man who really wished to get on, and lo, the land prospered. The waste places were made green, and the desert blossomed as the rose. Mr. Hill had previously advertised land and at attractive prices and terms and secured thousands of settlers, and in furtherance of the cause of farming, he began to send young men to agricultural colleges. He believed in making men self-supporting and self-reliant. Hubbard continues, in 1888, the St. Paul, Minneapolis, and Manitoba became a part of the Great Northern. Hill had reached out beyond the wheat country into the arid zone where he was found to be not nearly so arid as we thought. The black Angus and the white-faced Herefords followed, and where once were only shattering droves of skinny pintos, now were to be seen shaggy-legged share horses and dappled pensioners. Okay. When Hill saw that cheap lumber was needed by the settlers, he reduced the rates on lumber from Washington mills to less than one-half of the actual cost of transport. The loss was not as heavy on his heavy road as on others because of the policy. Universally, I'd had to establishing easy grades and reducing curvatures. A steadily failing cost of hauling freight with greater expansion of same has marked Mr. Hill's progress in the railroad world. In 1900, one well-informed writer stated, Hill had more transportation interests than any other one on the continent. In his Great Northern System, 7,000 miles of track. In the Northern Pacific, in the Northern Pacific, he has about 5,000 miles, and in the Burlington system, 8,000 miles, and he said that we need 115 miles more of the railroad tracks to properly develop the West. Okay, when Mr. Hill proposed to build a railroad through a wilderness to Pacific. Wall Street laughed at his request for money. It did not run from one big city to another big city. Mr. Hill went to London, Montreal, and other foreign cities and secured the sum required to build the Great Northern. By close attention to details and by working, as someone says, 24 hours a day, he made the road pay dividends from the start. And all of the original stakeholders have recovered the amounts invested in the dividends and bonuses with interest. What are James J. Hill's predominant qualities? Remarkable foresight, rigged honesty, intense concentration and application, and adeptness in applied mathematics are salient characteristics of the man. In the light of these qualities and what he has accomplished, let us try to find place in the world of efficiency. In the analysis, we discover that he embodied all of the methods of Harriman and did all that Harriman did and more. He had the initiative and the courage to break new ground, and yet he was wonderfully practical, precise, and painstaking. Then he reduced grades and abolished curves, installed adequate and efficient rolling stock, mammoth engines, and safety applications. All of these innovations, as with Mr. Harriman, saved labor, number 2, saved material, number 3, saved land, number 4, saved time, number 5, augmented material, number 7, eliminated obstructive elements, number 7, eradicated deleterious influences in men and material, number 9 and number 11, and the general results, better service and amelioration of environments, number 14 and 15. But in addition to all this, Mr. Hill interested himself in the farmers, introducing improved varieties of stock and seed and education of young men in the agriculture science. The efficiency methods are represented in number 8, land augmenting, and number 10, eradication of diseases in land products. We have here in Mr. Hill all of the 15 efficiency methods except number 6 and number 13, land augmenting and advertising. It is taken for granted that both Mr. Hill and Mr. Harriman advertised excessively, as well as adopted other means and other methods of promotion, and there is no reason to believe that both did not make use of efficiency method number 6. For despite all the efficiency, experts may say their methods are as old as man himself. We have in James J. Hill all of the 15 expression forms efficiently embodied and applied to practical life. We discover also in Mr. Hill a remarkable example of the reacting and interacting benefits accruing to altruistic practices, having taken a general survey to the efficiency methods employed by the so-called captains of the industry. Suppose we get a little close to earth and endeavor to analyze the methods adopted by the ordinary businessman in everyday life. As before explained, the person engaged in industrial enterprise must deal with both machines and men, materials and records, money and accounting, and therefore he has a complex and difficult task than the man of independent activity, such as an inventor or the professional man, tradesman, or laboring man. Among the latter are clerks, accountants, bookkeepers, and a variety of specialists, each having an efficiency method which will be pointed out as we go through a day's work of, say, a deal in general merchandise in a country town. The proprietor of such a store in which you can purchase anything from a shimbable to a threshing machine. Upon arriving at his office one morning, found his manager in a stew and a quandary over a lot of Civil War pictures, which were purchased sometime before, but for which no market could be found. When his attention was called to this state of affairs, the proprietor recalled that there was to be a grand army reunion in the city the following week. He at once set for advertising man, who of course represent efficiency method number 13, and instructed him to prepare an ad for the newspapers directed especially to those veterans, offering them special inducements in the purchase of the picture. Efficiency method number 1, to accompany the ads, there was to be a near facsimile of a $5 bill, which was to be accepted as part payment for the pictures. The advertising man went to a phonograph in the establishment, efficiency method number 5 times 7, and detected the advertisement as the powers of his imagination conceived it should be, whereupon his stenographer, who is at once a time saver, number 5, and labor argument, and number 6, having acquired the tax system and other short methods of typewriting, took the dictation from the phonograph and scribed it on the typewriter, which is a labor-saving device. Number 2, in preparing the copy for the various papers, duplicating carbons were used, time and labor-saving devices, and in dispatching the letters containing the advertisement, stamping, folding, and sealing machines were brought into play, all time and labor savers. These advertisements in due time reached the eyes of the Grand Army men, who could not resist the temptation to make use of the $5 service, with the result that the pictures were sold at a fair marginal price. The credit man, who as a conserver of money represents efficiency method number 3, material saver, came to the proprietor and made a report on certain doubtful risk. The latter instructed the bookkeeper, who as an accountant is a laborer, and time saver number 2 and number 5, to prepare a statement for the doubtful creditor's account. This was done by the means of adding and calculating machines, both time and labor savers. After full investigation, it was decided to secure the debt with a mortgage on the debtor's property, which was accomplished just before the letter made an assignment. This transaction embodied efficiency method number 3, material saving. Upon reading newspapers that morning, the proprietor discovered that a cold wave was approaching from the west, and as old Mother Hen is temperamentally affected by weather, he summoned the purchasing agent before him with directions to buy up all the eggs in the surrounding territory. The purchasing agent, whose function is to buy things cheap, is a material saver, number 3. The selling agent and the salesman, who represent efficiency method number 7, material augmenters, as well as number 13, promoters, were instructed to raise the price of eggs, which resulted in a general augmentation of outcoming merchandise of that character. About this time, a representative of the loan department, who is a material augmenter, number 7, appeared at the office and reported an opportunity offered to effect a loan of some non-working capital at a more attractive rate of interest than it was. Then bring the discount man, who is a material saver, number 3, reported that the time he was about to expire when a number of bills on which a certain percent discount was allowed for cash. The discounts were made and the material saved. 2 farmers appeared at the store at the same time, one of whom wanted ditch digging and tile layering machines for the reclamation of some swampland, and the other wanted panacea for an epidemic that was cementing his drove of swine. Oh, I feel like I don't want to be here anymore. I'm past time. I'm past time of being here. I'm past time of being here. Oh my God. Okay, past time of being here. I came very late. How many? Like, sometimes like I have to wait for 10 minutes. I feel like 10 minutes is a lot. Anyway, let me just wait for 10 minutes and I go. I was where ditch digging, tile layering, laying. I don't know why I'm saying layering. It's laying machines for the reclamation of some swampland. And other wanted panacea for an epidemic that, okay, I'll read that. The proprietor directed the former to the department where the latest improved machines of that kind desired were to be had, and the purchases were made. Efficiency method number 4, land saving. To the other farmer, the proprietor recommended a new discovery for the cure of the diseases affecting his hogs, which after being tried was found to be effective. Efficiency method number 10, eradication of diseases in land products. The third farmer asked for a fertilizer adapted to particular kind of soil. Upon the advice of the proprietor of the store, a fertilizer was purchased and applied to the land with great success. Efficient method number 8, land augmenting. The manager reported the arrival of a large consignment of a new style of shoes, whereupon the proprietor sent for the window decorator who is efficient method or expression form number 13, advertiser, and directed him to make an attractive display of shoes. The decorator conceived the novel idea of so arranging the mirrors in the windows as to reflect the feet of the passers-by, who, upon being reminded of the shabby and out-of-date styles of shoes worn, would be impelled to purchase the latest patterns shown in the display. A large number of sales were made as a result of this experiment, and as the cash was received, it was rung up on the cash register. Now, what efficient method does the register represent? Not time or labor saving. On the contrary, it consumes time. It evidently comes under the head of number. Eliminate waste in the operation of a business. Avoids errors and mistakes on the part of the cashier. The copy press and all recording devices also come under this head. They preserve records, thus eliminating wrangling and disputes over business transactions. The proprietor observed that he was not securing as much of the country's business as he might, owing to inadequate accommodations for the farmers' teams. He formulated a plan of entering into a contract with the most centrally located liveryman to redeem standing in coupons which he would issue to certain farmers on his mailing list. By this arrangement, all persons purchasing $1 worth or more of goods would be entitled to livery hire for one horse. This scheme, which embodied efficiency method number 15, melioration of environments had the desired effect, it being found that the profits from the increased trade more than compensated for the extra expense incurred. The proprietor observed that a number of his employees were becoming languid and careworn, apparently from a lack of physical exercise. He adequately had a gymnasium constructed in connection with the rest and the reading room, to which all were granted free access. General improvement both in the physical and mental conditions, as well as the esprit de corps of the employees, was secured from the introduction of the innovation. This was efficiency method number 9, eradication of deleterious influences in laborer. Having read and heard a great deal of the results accomplished by efficiency experts, the proprietor entered into a contract with one to standardize his business. After a voracious search for leaks, many improvements were made in the arrangement of the store structures and goods, resulting in an increased storage capacity. Number 7, material augmentation also facilitated the transaction of businesses. Number 5, labor and time saving, and eliminated waste in fuel and other commodities. I think I have to say goodbye. Oh my God. After 10 minutes, I don't know, these guys are going to close. These guys are closing, but they didn't tell me they're closing. Maybe there's somebody, so I'll finish this and see how it goes. Oh, this is the best, man. And where are we? Labor saving and eliminated waste in fuel and other commodities. Number 3, material saving, and by the introduction of a system of prices for the salespeople selling the most goods, augmented the work of the force. Number 6, labor augmenting. The expert also remedied, I don't know, forgive me, defects in machinery. Number 11, eradication of deleterious influences in material. The proprietor had adopted a universal practice of discarding goods of an inferior quality when a better product was put onto the market, which is represented in efficiency method number 14, sale of a more serviceable or attractive article. The alluring and compelling nature of advertising. Efficient method, or rather expression form number 13, is of comprehensive far-reachingness in economic life as to call for special attention. In modern business, advertising has developed into a science, and it is estimated that upwards of $500 million is spent annually in the United States for newspaper and other forms of advertising. As advertising in print form represents only one phase of business promotion, the actual outlay is far in excess of the figures quoted. What is the purpose of function of advertising? Evidently, to bring the buyer and seller together. It holds a position in the commercial world analogous to the spark that sells off the explosive in a mine or sends the heart-zine wave across the seas. In each case, economic factors are brought together, which otherwise would have remained inert and unproductive, but the ever-present inoclat, which doubtless asks, how can a non-productive function like advertising produce wealth. It only facilitates the transfer of commodities from one person to another, possessing naught of creative nature, admitting the force of the criticism is not possible that a mutual benefit might accrue from an interchange of commercial products. A merchant advertises a more attractive or a serviceable article of wear. Does the purchaser lose anything by the bargain, or the farmer reads a labor-saving device which he purchases and applies to his daily work? Does he not benefit from the transaction? But the buyer and the seller are not the only ones who reap a benefit from the advertisement. From the paper which publishes it has also rewarded, and naturally all who are employed on the paper are indirectly benefited. And the benefits do not end here. As a result of securing a large amount of advertising, the publisher is able to sell his products for a nominal sum from a penny up. Here's where the great common people come in for their share of profits. Suppose the original purchaser of the thing advertised is stung. There still remains a beneficent economic residue, and he should be consoled with thought and proudly point to himself as a public benefactor. Advertising mediums include newspapers, magazines, trade journals, catalogs, almanacs, pamphlets, circulars, posters, handbills, billboards, electric and other varieties of signs, streetcars, etc. Are we done? We have 6 minutes. 6 minutes to be out of here. 6 minutes. Maybe somebody will pick out the information. Somebody will pick out the information. The information. I think we'll begin from there. I need to sing to. We'll begin from here. ETC. Yeah. 115. 53. Still hold my life. I'm going to the dark place again. Hold my life. I'm going to the dark place again. All my life together. Give me your provision. Give me your guidance. Give me your life. Give me your life. Give me your provision. Give me your provision. Give me your life. Give me your life. Give me your provision. Provide for me. I'm going to the darkness. Provide for me. Going into the dark. Provide for me. Going into the dark. Provide for me. Going into the dark. Provide for me. Going into the dark, provide for me. Going into the dark, provide for me. Provide for me. Provide for me. Going into the dark, provide for me. Going into the dark, provide for me. Going into the dark, provide for me. Provide for me. Going into the dark, I'm scared. I'm scared. I cannot come here and tell you that I'm not scared. I'm scared. I don't want to live in this life like this anymore. But I'm scared, scared, scared. But I will proceed. I will proceed and go. I will proceed and go, just go. So scared that you are. So scared that I am. So scared that you are. So scared that you are. So scared that I am. I will go into the darkness. We'll go into the darkness again. Go into the darkness again. Go into the darkness again. Again, again. Again, again. Again, again. Go into the dark. Again, again. Protect me, Almighty God. Give me a way to move. Give me a way to go through this night. Give me a way to go through this night. Give me a way to go through this night. Give me a way to go through this night. So scared, being so scared, so scared. Give me a way to go through this night. Give me a way to go through the night. The night is scarring, but I have to go through. Just have to go through. I have to go through the night. I have to go through the night. You have to go through the night. Stronger, 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 strong, strong, stronger, stronger, strong, strong, stronger, stronger, strong, strong, stronger. I have to go through the night. Strong, strong, stronger, strong, 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 stronger, strong, strong, stronger, strong, strong, stronger. I have to go through the night. Strong, strong, stronger. I have to go through the night. Strong, strong, stronger. Strong, strong, stronger. I have to go through the night. Strong, strong, stronger. 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 Strong, 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 stronger. Strong, 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 stronger. Strong, strong, stronger. Strong, strong, stronger. Strong, strong, stronger. Stronger, I have to go through the night. Stronger, I have to go through the night. Stronger, strong, strong, stronger. Almighty will be there to guide me. Almighty will be there to guide me. I have to go through the night. Strong, strong, stronger. Strong, strong, stronger. Strong, strong, stronger. Strong, strong, stronger. I have to go through the night. Strong, strong, stronger. Going through the night. Stronger. 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 I have to go through the night stronger, stronger. Go through the night with my heart being strong, with my heart being strong, with my heart being strong, 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 stronger, with my heart being strong, with my heart being strong, with my heart being strong. I had to go through the dark night again. I had to go through the dark night again. Going through the dark night again. Strong, strong, stronger. I have to go through the dark night again. Strong, strong, stronger. Strong, strong, stronger. Strong, strong, stronger. Go through the dark night. Strong, strong, stronger. Go through the dark night. Stronger. 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 Going through the night, strong, strong, stronger. Going through the night, strong, strong, stronger. Strong, stronger. Go through the night, strong, stronger. Go through the night, strong, stronger. Strong, strong, stronger. Go through the night, the dark night. My life in 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 the dark night. I have to go stronger, stronger, stronger in the dark. I have to be stronger, stronger in the dark night, in the dark night. Stronger, strong, strong, stronger. Hold myself up, hold myself for the dark night. Hold myself in 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 the dark night. Stronger, strong, strong, stronger. Strong, strong, stronger. In the dark night. In the dark night. Strong, strong, stronger. In the dark night, strong, strong, stronger. In the dark night, I'm gonna be strong. In the dark night, I'm gonna be strong. In the dark night, I'm gonna be strong. I love you. 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 I love you.